Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Over-50s Cricket World Cup in the beautiful city of Cape Town here in South Africa. We are 3 years on from the COVID-19 pandemic, which unfortunately cut our previous World Cup in half. But the teams are back, same place, and ready to fight it out for the most prestigious trophy for the Over-50s category. We are at a windy Wynberg Cricket Club where the sun has started peeking through, and it is India taking on South Africa. The word from the middle from the umpires is that India have won the toss and elected to bowl first. Having a look at the pitch at the moment, it's very green and does look like it was a good toss to win, as if there is anything to extract from the pitch, it will be in the morning. Very hard, and we do see the Indian team starting to move out to the middle. There has been a bit of rain around the past few days here in the Cape, so be interesting to see if the weather holds out. There's still lots of cloud around, lots of wind, as we know here in Cape Town, 4 seasons in a day. And now I have the South African openers striding out to the crease in this opening Over-50s World Cup fixture. Both teams will be looking to get off to a strong start here and carry that momentum through as much as possible to the latter stages of the competition. Two teams with a rich cricket history. India versus South Africa, always a humdinger of a fixture. We stay tuned for the first delivery. Few catching drills here for the slip cordon, just making sure the hands are warm. It's a very chilly breeze out today, and hopefully we'll warm up as the day goes on. Slight calm before the storm, as everyone is settling in. The nerves are probably bouncing for these players. Umpires getting ready to signal. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off. Solid start from both sides. Lurikun just striding out on the front foot, coming out the middle of the bat. It'll be a case of bats on ball for these openers from South Africa. Malik bowling his second ball there on the money from the get-go. Exactly the start that Indian team would be looking for. Really exciting that we are back, and touch wood, there'll be no interruptions for this World Cup. Really good first up here from Malik. 3 dot balls. Just to let you know, both teams will have 45 overs to accumulate their run tallies. Fourth ball of the over, full toss. It's been driven down the ground. What a fantastic stroke. Good chase from the fielders. Is quite a slow outfield, as mentioned, from the rain that's been around. So coming back for a second, and South Africa are off the mark. Malik getting a bit of movement, early swing with that bright pink ball. Kern rocking onto the back foot, cutting that out to the point fielder, and no run is taken as we complete the first over. South Africa 2 without loss. Very tidy over first up from Malik. Only that final delivery offering some width. We are getting ready for over number 2 now. Jamil Khan, the top of his run up. Left arm over the wickets, bowled it nice and full first up. Facing for South Africa now, we have Nash. Really strong batting lineup, the South African unit. Solid first up from Nash, getting onto the front foot, getting bat on ball nice and early. Letting that one run through. Lots of chirping and chatter in the field from this Indian fielding unit, getting behind their bowler. Both teams just feeling each other out at the moment. Bit of excitement there from Khan, trying to lure Nash into a false shot here, giving a bit of width. But Nash just not interested first up. This one being pushed into the offside. Oh, he's prodded at that one. Bit of excitement, but beating the bat did Khan, and that is the first maiden of the tournament for India. And that's come in the second over. South Africa after two without loss. This one driven down the ground, bit of football coming in there to stop the ball. Manchester United fans won't be wanting to talk about football today. Catching a bit of a hammering from Liverpool. Malik coming in, second ball of the over. This one full toss, it's gone into the leg side. Chase on for the fielders. They do come back for a second. It's two easy runs there in the leg side, lots of space. Currently no boundary riders as far as I can see, other than the deep third man region. Very offside heavy field at the moment. Indian opening bowlers giving nothing to South Africa to work with. Predominantly full and straight, trying to induce some drives. There is a bit of swing on offer. Wind is still howling at the moment, and forecast looks like that'll be the case the whole day. This one being cut into the offside. Chase is on. Dealing in twos at the moment are the South Africans. Once again on the money here from Malik as the overs come to an end. 4 runs coming from it. South Africa 6 without loss. Jamil Khan getting ready to bowl his second over. That left arm variation vital in a bowling attack. This one full driven with power, but straight to the fielder. Comfortable stop in the end. Umpire looking like he had a second look at that, just sussing out the wide line, but in the end deciding that it's a fair delivery. Nash still looking to get off the mark here, having faced 8 deliveries. Once again, just guarding that off stump, making sure that the woodwork is safe. Really is no rush. 45 overs to play in total. More than enough time. This one working it into the leg side. First runs on the board for Nash. And the first single of the innings as well. It's not the biggest outfield in the world here at Wynberg Cricket Club, so there will be runs. It's only the fact that it is a bit slow. As we're watching now, longest boundary would probably be the square leg boundary. Kun now with his very first sighter. Jamil Khan sticking to that wideish line. There is still 2 slips in place, as you can see, trying to induce that edge. That brings to an end over number 4, South Africa, 7 without loss. Weather does seem to be clearing up slightly. Some blue skies starting to peek through, hopefully clearing up completely for a full day's cricket. Nash getting ready to face Malik for the first time as well. This one just worked into the leg side. Huge gust of wind coming through. Can't imagine bowling conditions are easy when the wind's howling like this. This one driven down the ground with authority as they come through for a single. Sounded really good off the bat. Looking like you're going to have to work hard for your boundaries today. It's good to see the South Africans getting some strike rotation in. It's going to be vital as they start building this innings. This one pulled away with authority. Fantastic stroke. And it does look like the umpire signaled 4 runs. Great shot there from Captain Kun, getting the first boundary of the innings. Both of these batsmen real power hitters when it is in their arc. That one just a bit shorter. It was a no ball that was signalled as well, so umpires just signalled the free hit. Bit of a double whammy here for Malik. Not ideal. Kun will be looking to take advantage of this. He's flicked it out into the leg side. Ball racing away to the boundary. 2 in a row. A very costly no ball there from Malik. 9 runs from 1 delivery. And Kun has decided to start troubling the scorers a bit. Really good comeback after those 2 boundaries now from Malik. Does seem like anything leg side, anything too straight will be punished by Captain Kun. Just prodding outside that off stump line now is Malik. Huge stride in, ball's gone through to the keeper, and that brings to an end a very successful one for South Africa after 5 overs. Score has gone to 17 without loss. Really doesn't seem like there's too many demons in the pitch at the moment. Not much happening in terms of movement off the pitch itself. Most of the movement coming in the air. Jamil Khan been very economical so far. Just the 1 run from his 2 overs. Be looking to keep that going, keep the momentum going from his end. On the money once again. Nash considering the single there, but being sent back by Louis Kun. Does seem to be the standard to move across the stumps here for Jamil Khan to make sure that the 5th stump line is covered as the wind is wreaking havoc, blowing gazebos around. Yeah, you can. As you can see, South African dugout just trying to fix those gazebos. Khan coming in, ball's been hit straight down the ground. Fantastic stroke. Nash joining in on the action. He said to captain, look, if you can do it, I can do it too. Fantastic stroke, straight down the ground. And cameraman getting hold of the ball there, saving the scorers from that ball. Really good response here from Jamil Khan after that boundary. Has looked very composed so far from the openers for South Africa. Definitely think an early wicket was in the team talk for these Indian opening bowlers. Hasn't really been too much wrong with the line and lengths that have been bowled. It's been very tight, but it does look a really good batting wicket.
You guys are looking for team sheets.
We are at the end of the 6th over now. Another boundary coming from it. It does look like the South African openers starting to show a few signs of aggression and opening up. Score is 21 without loss. Malik, after that expensive over in the previous one that he bowled, will be looking to come back strong. Full and straight has seemed to be the order of the day so far. This one driven down the ground. Fielders come around, collected it. Just a single. One of the slips being taken out now from India and being moved into the leg side. This one hitting the pad. Bit of excitement from the Indian bowler. Just a bit of a grunt. Nash really looking at grabbing quick signals here, quite often being sent back from Captain Kun. Definitely no need for any risks here. Great to see that the tournament has come back to South Africa. Beautiful city to host a World Cup. A lot of action here in the past few months in terms of international tournaments. This one being driven down the ground. Work for the fielder, it's been thrown in. Really good single being taken. And that brings to an end the 7th over. As mentioned, lots of international tournaments. It started with the Under-19 Women's World Cup. And, that one was completed in January. Then the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup, which the host South Africa did make it to the final for the very first time, unfortunately falling short against the powerhouse that is Australia. And now we've got the Over-50s World Cup. It is chock-a-block in terms of fixtures around here. Lots of venues for this World Cup. Very few venues will be utilized twice in a row, taking us on a scenic journey around Cape Town. This isn't the only fixture that is being streamed, as we do have 5 other concurrent fixtures running for this first round of group games. We do have Jamil Khan carrying on, going into his 4th over. Big appeal here from the Indians. Do have to wonder, Nash going across his stumps the way he is, if it's going to get him into trouble. He's looked rather confident and comfortable, and he's found the middle of the bat most of the time in his defensive strokes, but first sign of trouble. And just like that, he stood up like a brick wall behind that, solidifying that defense. Ball of the over, also on the money for dot balls. Khan holding up his end really well. real age-old rivalry between South Africa and India. A lot of these guys would have played against each other way back in the day. And this one, he's tried to pull that, not timing it. And just a few signs of discomfort for Nash. Louis Kuhn just coming up the track just to speak to him quickly. Probably just letting him know that there's no rush. Just calm the head. And just like that, solidly behind the ball, brings to an end another maiden over for Jamil Khan. 8 overs gone, and South Africa are 23 without loss. As you can see, quite a bit of cloud cover, but the blue skies are starting to appear, and really good signs for a good day's cricket out here today. Beautiful Cape Town. Is a lot of cloud cover, just covering up the mountains at the moment, but once they do clear up, it's going to be scenic as ever. Malik coming in once again, just straying down leg side for a very first extra of the innings. It's been very tight, 8 overs, and just erring on his lines a bit now. Apologies, there was the no ball. It is the first wide of the innings, and this time rectifying it immediately, finding that line. It does seem to be the 5th stump line that is the ideal line to be bowling to these openers. They haven't really taken on anything in that channel. As soon as a bit of width is offered beyond that 5th stump line, Louis Kuhn has been taking it on. This time full and straight down the ground, chase on for the fielder, and the ballers won the race. Louis Kuhn, 3rd boundary of his innings, and that one looking as solid as ever. Malik starting to get a bit expensive now. You have to wonder when that first bowling change is going to come in. Another wide ball, straying down leg side. Just considering the run there, but deciding against it. This one full straight, catching the outside half of the bat. Kuhn not connecting with that as well as he would have liked. Playing a bit of a shadow stroke, envisioning what should have happened. This one driven into the offside, should just be the single, really comfortable one in the end. Final ball of the 9th over. This one being pushed into the leg side as they jog through for a single. 9 overs gone. South Africa 31 without loss. Bit of discussion there in the middle as the two openers get together. Be interesting to see when they do decide to start really taking on the bowlers. Jamil Malik getting ready to bowl his 5th over. Final over of the power play. Just need to connect that laptop to the router. Sorry, there's a password. And a quick single taken. Oh, big dive from Captain Kun, just making sure he preserves his wicket. Really sharp fielding there from the Indian cover fielder. Really good stroke into the leg side there. Chase on for the fielder. They've already come through for a second, and that's all it will be. A huge appeal here from India. Huge LBW appeal. Umpire signaling leg by. So it does seem like it might have been a chance. It is a change in bowling now as Sharma comes into the attack. The first sign of spin coming through and around the wicket. And from the very first ball causing some slight discomfort. Loud call of no from Louis Kuhn. Quick single taken now. The ball's just been pushed out to the point fielder, backward point fielder. South Africa is starting to get a bit of momentum in terms of their run flow. This one being cut with power to the backward point region. Some really good fielding to prevent the boundary. They do go through for a single. This time going down, sweeping it into the leg side. Fielder coming around to collect as they get 2 more runs. That brings to an end over number 11 now. South Africa starting to rotate the strike on a more regular basis. And the score is 40 without loss. South Africa would be really happy with the way things have started now. They've avoided the early onslaught, making sure that no early wickets have been taken, and forcing India to go to the drawing boards, make a few changes, and they've done exactly that. We've had a second change in bowling now from the near end, and it is Desai. It is Desai coming into the attack. Looks like India resorting to the spin options now. There's a lot of discussion to field placements. He too looks like he's coming through and around the wicket. Just a slight delay in play, not too sure. Just a slight disturbance with movement behind the bowling arm. We are ready to kick off the 12th over. This one coming down the track, driving it with power, but unfortunately hitting it straight to the fielder. Once again, it's almost a carbon copy. 2 balls in a row. It's 3 dots to start the over. Desai will be happy with that. Interesting to see him trying to induce that drive, maybe force a false stroke.
Switch off the computer sound.
Come down the track once again, finding the very same fielder. 3 and 4. And interesting to see now, all 3 of those went straight to the fielder, and they've dropped that middle fielder down to the long off boundary now. And just like that, brings to an end the 12th over. What a fantastic shot. He's muscled that down the ground. Nash making sure that he stamped his authority, and what a powerful stroke out the middle of the bat. Fantastic stroke once again through the covers. As they go through for a single, coming back for a second. And it does look like these openers have decided to take the attack to the Indian bowlers. Now just 3 runs away from 50. Final ball of the 13th, cut out to that backward point region. No run taken. It is 13 overs complete now. South Africa 47 without loss. Cricket often is a game of momentum, and the South African side do have momentum now in this opening period of the game. It's nothing that a few wickets can't change. This one being cut to the backward point region once again. Both left arm spinners just offering some width to the South African batsman. Not ideal. Desai's been really good so far in his 1.5 overs. Just the one run coming from it so far. Final ball of the over. He's once again trying to cut it, just catching the bottom half of the bat. And we are 1 over away from the first drinks break, which are taken at 15 overs and 30 overs. Will be Sharma to continue. Nash finding himself almost halfway down the pitch before being sent back. Seems very eager to snatch those quick singles, but not for the first time today. Louis Kuhn sending him back. Just think they're not ready to take any risks at this point. Come forward once again. Indians with a really, call it stifled appeal, more hopeful than anything. Just hoping for that smidgen of luck. This time going down onto one knee. Fantastic stroke. Ball's rolling away to the boundary, and the umpire gets to wave his arm around a bit. 4 more runs to the South African run tally, and that does bring up the 50-run mark for South Africa, as well as this opening pair. Louis Kuhn contributing 21 runs of 43 deliveries, and Nash contributing 22 from 45. This one being pushed down the ground just for the single. This one being sent out to the backward point fielder once again. And that was the final ball before drinks. It is the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. It is South Africa taking on India in their first group game. India were the ones who won the toss and elected to bowl first. It did look like that was the right decision, but the pitch hasn't shown anything for the bowlers so far. It's been a windy one, and South Africa find themselves 52 without loss at the first drinks break. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back soon after the drinks break. Please stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after the very first drinks break of the game and the tournament for these two teams. We are at the Over-50s Cricket World Cup, and this is the first group game where India take on the host South Africa. We are in the beautiful city of Cape Town, and our venue for today's fixture, Wynberg Cricket Club. It is a cool and breezy day out here, and South Africa at the moment would say they've got the winds in their backs, as they have had a really good start. It's currently 52 without loss after 15 overs. It is Desai coming back after the drinks break. This one, it's been rocked back and pulled down the ground. Great shot there from Louis Kuhn. That's a brilliant stroke, and it's hit with absolute authority. And it's almost a carbon copy this time, bit more aerially, but it seems to have plugged in the ground as they come back for a second. Desai just dropping it a bit short at the moment. Those first two deliveries, he's been so good, so economical. And seems to have found his way back now. And this one being hit down the ground for a single. Fielder collecting. Another single as Nash just gives strike back to Kuhn for the final delivery of this over. Oh, it was really nicely played down to that third man region, and three singles in a row to round out the 16th over. Really good over for South Africa. 9 runs coming from it, and slight signs or hints of acceleration now that the foundation's been laid. Sharma to continue now from the far end of the ground. Gone for 5 and over in his first 3. At the moment, the word of the day for India will be wickets. They need to break through, because at the moment these two batsmen looking very comfortable, haven't really given India much opportunity apart from the odd appeal here and there. Finding the bat most of the time, whether it's been defensive shots or attacking shots. Oi, fantastic delivery. Drawn Louis Kuhn onto the front foot and beaten the bat. First real sign of excitement. Good take from the wicketkeeper. Oh, he's rocked back once again, catching the edge. Ball just finding its way to that first slip. Few nervy deliveries for the first time, just after I've said these batsmen have looked comfortable. Can Sharma get that breakthrough? And it's another huge appeal. The finger goes up. What an over. Sharma constantly troubling the captain Louis Kun. And 5 dot balls leading to an aggressive stroke, going down on one knee, attempting the sweep, not making contact, and that is the first wicket for India. Louis Kun is looking to start an aggressive style of play, and one shot too many is undoing. Craig Lyons coming into the crease now after that first wicket. That is the exact breakthrough India were looking for. Lyons joining Nash at the crease. He's got a really good foundation here. And South Africa, after 17 overs, 61 for 1. Said it before, cricket is a game of momentum. Is this the opportunity now for India to start targeting one end with the new batsman at the crease? Driven down the ground with absolute authority. Fielder tried to run around and stop it, but it was just way too powerful. That wicket that was taken in the previous over, not rattling Nash. He's decided to carry on his merry way. Powerful stroke, 4 runs. This time rocking back, cutting it into the offside. They've gone through for the single. New man to the crease. Lyons to face his first delivery. Big stride out, first up. Just protecting that off stump. Lyons getting some bats on ball, and that sees the end of over number 18. South Africa 66 for 1. Sharma now, first delivery after that wicket. This one being pushed out into the offside. Second run was considered, but deciding against it in the end. Sharma has been very tidy. He's lured the batsman in onto the front foot. As I say that, just dropping it a little bit short as Lyons rocks back onto the back foot and gets himself off the mark. Real opportunity there, so it was pushed out to that backward point fielder. Had a bit of a shy, but we've seen that Nash has been very keen on the quick singles. Now with the new partner Lyons at the crease, does look like they might take a few more of those quick singles. Some sharp glove work there from the Indian wicketkeeper. Brings to an end over number 19. Lyons still trying to familiarize himself at the crease, getting used to conditions. Spinners working hard at the moment, working in tandem. Lots of left-handed bowlers for India at the moment. 3 out of the 4, all left-handers. Nash doing very well for his 30 runs so far. He'll want to stick around a bit longer. And this one's been cut. Bit of a nervy edge there for Nash. Playing a few shadow strokes there, envisioning what he wanted to do. And if you didn't know before, wind is absolutely howling. Umpire's learning that the hard way, having to chase his wide rim. He's gone down, he's swept this into the leg side. Fielder coming around on the boundary to collect as they go through for a single. Lyons also showing he's not scared to go down on one knee, play across the line. Quick single taken. And that is 20 overs gone. South Africa just rebuilding after that wicket that was taken. Captain Louis Kuhn departing 72 for 1. They'll be quite happy with that start, setting themselves up for a score of around 210, 220, which will be defendable on this deck. At the moment, just keeping the runs ticking. It does look like a change in bowling now. Sharma being replaced after a really good spell, getting the breakthrough. Vital wicket in their pursuit of limiting the runs that South Africa pushed through. And it is another Sharma coming into the attack. This one, Sanjeev Sharma. It is a right arm variation, a rarity in this innings. Once again, looks like it's another spin option coming into the set batsman Nash, currently on 32 or 55 deliveries. It's been really good. He's hit a few powerful strokes. I wonder if he has picked his bowler to take on. Lots of discussion in the field. There is a cow corner, but he's been moved around a little bit squarer. And it is a seam option. First ball being cut out to backward point. Backward point has been very busy today, getting in his steps. Sharma getting the outside edge of Nash's bat, and rather unfortunate one, as the slips have been removed now. Nash getting his first fortunate boundary of the innings, and got to make your own luck sometimes. Moving on to 36 now. Would it be wrong to say he's edging his way closer to the 40s? Once again, working that quick single. Been really impressed with Nash so far in the innings. He's been looking for the quick singles, been able to hit the boundaries. This one again tried to drive it, but as we've mentioned, that backward point fielder in business once again. Sanjeev Sharma coming in with a very quick run up, quick action. So once again being halted in his run up by a fielding change. This one being swung out to the leg side, ball just far too straight, and flicked with absolute power. Lions getting in on the action now. First boundary of the innings for him. Real comfortable shot, as there are some huge gaps in the leg side field. 4 runs. And this time he's gone into the offside, a slight misfield as they come back for a second. South African batsman taking a liking to the seamer. It's a rather expensive over for India. 11 runs coming from it.
Safina sending the
We do have Desai continuing now. He's going into his 6th over. He's gone for 18 runs in the time that he's been bowling. It's been tidy to say the least. He's had very few balls where he's strayed. And you can see he was wearing his cap backwards with this wind being so heavy as it has been. Oh, it's a huge swing there from Nash. Unfortunately not making contact. Wicket keeper also distracted by the swing as umpire has signalled that it is byes. Bale's just falling off. Huge gust of wind now. Fighting the elements, are we out here? Let's just rock back, cut that into the offside. Field is a bit more spread now that the runs have started flowing, but still deciding to stick with a slip fielder. This one just straying down leg side. It's a chase on for the fielders coming around. And they do come back for a second. This one being driven down the ground. Just the single. Both long off and long on going back onto the boundary. Just making sure that no boundaries are given away. 22 overs gone. South Africa 89 for 1. Once again, Sanjeev Sharma coming in after that expensive over, and it's a costly first ball, bowling a wide. He's going to have to rebuild that one. India won't be wanting to give away too many runs. If they can't take wickets, it'll be dots as a goal. This one being driven out into the offside. Fielder coming in. Clear communication between the South African batsman deciding against taking a second. Probably the wise decision, as it was a decent throw in from the deep. Do have the skies clearing up now. More and more blue showing. Let's rock back on that, cut it to the very same fielder. They go through for a single. Working this one into the leg side. This one being driven out once again, another single. It's much tidier over so far from Sharma. Just had wide at the beginning, bit of a loose delivery, but since then just the 3 singles that have been given. So 1 ball remaining, he'll be looking to finish strong. And straying down leg side, there is cover on the fence. As they just get the one run. With 23 overs gone, India have decided to have a bit of a bowling change. Desai, who was so good in just holding up his end, has been asked to go and join the fielding unit. It is Fakir Dugaria coming into the attack now for India. It's number 27 on the back, and it does look like it is another left arm bowler, is that? And it is left arm spin. The third left arm spin variation that they've brought into the attack. Nash is on 40. Dungaria's first delivery outside off. Nash moving into the 40s now, moving to 41. Calling's been very clear and concise between these two batsmen. Rock back onto that one, cuts it out into the offside. Gone through for a single. It's a tidy start here for Dungaria. Field placing's been rather good here from the Indian captain. Quite often these South African batsmen finding the fielder. It's gone across, worked that into the leg side. The chase is on. They come back for a second. And the umpire does signal the leg byes, as that brings to an end over number 24. Score is 98 for 1. South Africa very close to that 3-figure mark in their first group stage game of this Over-50s Cricket World Cup. It's a fantastic occasion and real honor to be a part of in this beautiful city that is Cape Town. Wind is definitely playing its part, but other than that, weather clearing up as the overs go past. Does look like we'll get a full game in today, which is wonderful. There have been a few delayed starts at a few of the other venues. There are 5 other fixtures running concurrently, and there's 2 groups of fixtures. We do have Sharma continuing beaten the bat and recovering very well after that expensive first over. Seems to have found his line. Lions also prodding away at the run tally. He's moved on to 14 already. This time driving it out, work for the fielder. He's done a fantastic job of getting down to block the ball, and they come back for a second. Some real appreciation from both dugouts, from the Indian dugout for the fielding efforts and from the South African dugout for the 100 that's come up, and they'll be very glad to see that the wickets column is just the 1 wicket. Oh, huge appeal here. But it was huge from one fielder, the wicket keeper, and a half-interested bowler. Umpire deciding against giving anything this time. Lions guiding this one really nicely into the offside, and it's raced away to the boundary. Brilliant stroke. He's made that look so easy, and he's timed that so well. 4 more runs to his name. Over 25 coming to an end as South Africa in that over crossing the 3-figure mark. We'll now start looking at the final 20 overs of their innings. With 9 wickets in hand, there's lots of room for acceleration. 2 men at the crease currently set with Nash on 41. Lions moving to 20 after that boundary in the previous over. India will be looking to break this partnership as well. Can't see this one going too much longer without it being destructive. Dungaria carrying on now from the near end. Just 2 runs from his first over. And he'll be going to the South African opener, Nash. Bit of discussion in the field as the fielders get ready. Long off, long on, being pushed onto the fence, as well as a deep square leg sweeper. Once again, a really tidy start to the over. 2 dot balls.
Okay.
This one clobbered away into the offside with real authority. Fantastic shot, middle of the bat, and he's cut that well in front of point. Seen that really early, and a great stroke from Nash. Moves him on to 45 as he inches closer to that half-century mark. Rock back once again. Just a single. There are a lot of singles on offer, especially on that leg side, since the cover is nice and deep. That's a shot down the ground, hit really hard, and it's gone for 4. Fantastic shot from Nash, and that brings up his 50. Fantastic shot. Some real appreciation from the dugout as he raises his bat. Half-century mark, but he'll know that the job isn't done. There's still just under 19 or just over, well, in fact there is 19 overs remaining. Lots of time to move as close as he can to that 3-run mark, or 3-figure mark if he can. It's been a very calculated inning so far. Lots of singles and 2 really good partnerships. One with Captain Louis Kuhn to get the ball rolling for South Africa, and now he's found a able and willing partner in Lions. That one being hit really hard back at the bowler. Dot ball, and our square leg umpire has unfortunately lost his hats again. Dead ball. Lions just loosening up the knees a bit. It is very cold out here today. He's worked this one down leg side. It did sound like there might have been contact, but umpire stretching the arms, signalling wide. South Africans have shown a liking to the seam-up bowling a bit more. Not to say that they haven't negated the spin well at all. They've done very well so far. This time across the line, huge swing, and he's cleared the fence all the way for 6. Umpire raising his arms for the first time. It's the first maximum of South Africa's innings. He's basically hoiked that across the line and cleared the fence on the leg side. Brilliant stroke from Lions. He himself just showing a bit of authority. Moves his run tally to 27. This partnership already moving to 60 now, and it's looking like one that might be destructive. Oh, once again, Lions rocking back, work for the fielder to do on the boundary, as they do come back for 2. And square leg umpire going walkabout. Just recovering his cap. Not for the first time today. Oh, he's just pushed at that one, trying to guide it down to the third man boundary. Bit of excitement from the Indian fielders, just inducing a bit of a false stroke. Over number 27 coming to an end as South Africa move on to 1, 2, 3 for 1. You have Dungaria carrying on now. Gone for 12 in his first 2. He was economical in that first one, just going for the 2. But in the previous over, 2 boundaries, just damaging his bowling figures. Nash has just got to 50. Sure, we'll be looking to accelerate sometime soon. That's a run taken. Fielder's got a direct hit, and Nash has run himself out. It was his call. We've been saying he's been taking some risky runs, and Oh, he'll be gutted because it was a fantastic knock before that. And wicket number 2 has fallen. Some fantastic fielding in the outfield. Direct hit. And real appreciation from the rest of the fielding unit. Wicket number 2 has fallen. That is the breakthrough that India needed. As Morne Cilliers, the new man, coming to the crease. Round of applause from the South African dugout for a really well played innings for the opener Nash. Both openers in the dugout now as the new man Cilliers comes to the crease. A lot of discussion now from the Indians trying to plan their way forward with the new man at the crease. We do know the age-old proverb that 1 brings 2, and they're hoping that that comes to fruition. Just getting word that the fielder there was Jamil Khan. Fantastic effort to remove the set batsman. Lions facing, as that one's been pushed out into the offside. Brings the new man Cilliers onto strike. Definitely capable of hitting a long ball. Really big, strong man. Hearing that is Pretoria born and bred. Only one from the Pretoria region that's come to this World Cup with South Africa. South Africa have had a quadrangular series recently where they played a South African invitational side, Zimbabwe and Namibia, which they also won. So they had a bit of international warm-up before this. Cilliers rather being a bit more conservative with that full toss, but guaranteed if it was later on in his innings that would have been dispatched. Really juicy full toss, but keeping his composure. It's only his second delivery. Lions back on strike now. He's on 30, also moving along his merry way. Lots of chatter in the field. That wicket definitely would have lifted the spirits of this Indian fielding unit. do have a bowling change now for India. New man Cilliers on strike. Almost a Yorker length delivery to start off there. Cilliers onto the drive, is gone straight down the throat of the long on off fielder. Cilliers deciding to take him on rather early and just missed timing it. He'll be absolutely gutted that he's thrown his wicket away so early. We spoke about one brings two, and India have taken their second wicket in quick succession. Cricket being a game of momentum, is this the sway in their favour? Iqbal Khan, Indian captain, has struck, getting Cilliers, the number 4 for South Africa, out. New man to the crease is Solomons. Got off the ball, off the mark, first delivery. Lions looking to take off for a single, but being sent back by Solomons. Seven deliveries before the next drinks break. Oh, huge chance there for the captain. Question would have been, was it a bum ball, or did that go straight to hand? Either way, it's 1 run to the runs tally, as wicket number 3 was taken in over 29. 127 for 3. Game really evenly poised at this stage now that third wicket's been taken. India just pulling back a slight bit of momentum as we go into the final over before the second drinks break of this innings. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that slight interruption. This one just being pushed down the ground for a single. 2 balls remaining before the drinks break. Just the 2 runs coming from this over. It's been very tidy from Dungaria. Oh, he's rocked back, trying to cut it. He's missed it and generated some excitement in the field. It's a bit of a buzz about India at the moment. 2 quick wickets. He's gone down on one knee, swept it out into the deep. Fielder coming around and does manage to cut it off as the batsmen come through for a second run. Those 2 runs bring to an end the second session of this innings. 30 overs gone. South Africa 131 for 3 in this Over-50s World Cup group fixture. It's been an enthralling first 30 overs where South Africa had been dominant throughout their first 2 partnerships. Both Nash as well as Louis Kuhn, the captain, scoring a few runs. Louis Kuhn being the first to fall for 33. Nash continuing on to get to that 50-run mark, but getting run out. And wicket number 3, Cilliers sending the ball down, long off throat. 3 wickets gone, 131 on the board. India with the momentum. Apologies for the break in commentary. It is the end of over number 33, and South Africa find themselves 146 for 3. At the moment, Solomon's finding himself on 10 of 13 deliveries, really finding himself in this innings. It's been a really controlled start from him, and Lions continuing. He's got 39 or 56 deliveries at this stage. Dungaria to continue from this close end, and he will be bowling at Lions. This one's been driven with real power at the field. For no runs, and with just under 12 overs remaining now, South Africa will be looking to accelerate that run rate. This time going across the line. We'll be looking at targeting that 220 scoring region. Huge swing. There was another big appeal in the previous over as well for caught behind, but it was turned down by the umpire. India really riding this momentum at the moment. Oh, that one's been dropped short, it's been cut into the offside. Real power. Good chase from the fielder as the batsmen come through for their second run. Dungaria has been very good, it's going less than 5 to the over. Bale's just falling off quickly. Oh, he swung this one across the line in the air, and the catch is taken. Wicket number 4 has fallen, and it is Lions who try to clear the fence, and that was the long boundary that was spoken about earlier. Unfortunately not timing it as well as he would have liked, and a real comfortable catch in the end in the deep. Lions departs 41 of 61 deliveries. It's a fantastic knock from his side, and he does depart having contributed substantially to this total. India will be very happy with that breakthrough, as Lions was looking to accelerate a bit more. And the new batsman at the crease, Salim Muqaddam. After that fourth wicket has fallen in the previous over. Captain Iqbal Khan, who has taken a wicket already so far. So in the attack and bowling at the new batsman. Solomon's now on strike though after that single. That driven beautifully through the covers. Big chase on there as they come back for a second run. This one's just been worked into the leg side for a single. They'll want to keep the runs ticking as much as possible now. Just make sure that they don't get too bogged down, too many dot balls. With wickets already falling, India do have an element of momentum in their favour. It's a great fielding effort out on the boundary as South Africa do come back for a second run. They have passed that 150 mark now. been worked out into the leg side. Wicket keepers decided to go on a jog to go and collect the ball. Some good strike rotation between the two as they try and rebuild with this 5th wicket partnership. Once again going down on one knee, trying to slog sweep that almost. Take on the boundary riders on the leg side. Just missing the ball. Good. It's gone straight to the fielder once again. South African batsmen have done that quite often today. Played some good strokes, but straight to the fielders. I have to think there'd be an extra 15 runs in it had they pierced the gaps. Captain's been really good, really economical, also having taken that wicket. Wind starting to howl again. Reminder that this is the very first game of the Over-50s Cricket World Cup here in Cape Town after the rain that had happened yesterday. Very thankful to be out here and starting on time, and it looks like we're going to get a full day's cricket in. You can see that the wind has been very active today. Umpires have chased hats quite often, but we are back now with Desai. He's swung across the line, gone into the deep, and the umpire nods his head and signals the 4 runs that were just scored. Great shot from Solomons, powerful strike. And, just taking on that cow corner region. Desai won't be wanting to bowl too straight here, inviting that leg side. But as we speak, car corner being dropped onto the fence. Just working the single. Playing the field now is Solomons. Some really clever batting. Mokadam rocks back and he slapped that into the offside. There is some cover out in the deep. Get another single. For these South African batsmen, it's reducing the amount of dots that are bowled. And that one has been bludgeoned down the ground. Spectacular. All the way for 6. Absolutely no chance for the fielders. Could only stand back and watch as that cleared the fence comfortably around that cow corner region. Solomons taking the attack to them. Really good over so far for South Africa. 12 runs coming from it with 1 ball remaining. Advancing down the track once again to complete the 38th over. Bit of an expensive one for Desai. Score is 170 for 4. Iqbal Khan just continuing his spell. It's been a really good one so far. Just the 18 runs coming from the 5 overs that he has bowled, and he's managed to take a wicket in that time. Wouldn't mind adding to that wickets column. Leading from the front. This one being worked into the leg side as they jog through for a single. Very verbal and active captaining here, moving his field around depending on the batsman that's facing. Newman Mukadam facing him. He's gone across the line, he swung that really hard. Fielder's had some work to do, some spectacular fielding on the fence, and guaranteed saving 3 runs there. Brilliant work. Just a single for what was a brilliant shot. Wow, teased him into guiding that ball down to the third man region. South Africa have struggled to get Khan away to the fence. They've had to rely on rotating strike. And just like that, 3 dot balls in a row. Just the 2 runs from the over, 1 ball remaining. Brilliant bowling at this stage of the innings. This one being glanced down to the leg side. Fine leg, not active at the moment, very square. As a single rounds out over number 39. Score is 173 for 4. 6 overs remaining. Looks like Desai is going to come in and complete his spell. Bowled 8 overs for 38 runs.
How many can they bowl? 9.
And we do have Dinesh Sharma coming back into the attack. So left arm through and around. This one's been driven straight to the fielder. You have to think there's a bit of pressure on these 2 SA batsmen at the moment, wanting to accelerate, but the bowling's been extremely tight as of the last few overs. India working their way back into this game. He's advanced down the track, chance, and it's gone 1 bounce to the boundary. Brilliant stroke from Solomons. We were just saying how the Indian bowlers have been putting on a bit of pressure, and that is a release if I've ever seen one. Brilliant stroke. He's gone for it once again. Cheers, cries of catch it, but not anywhere close to the fielders. 4 more runs. That's 2 in 2. Big strong man is Mr. Solomons. Moved on to 38 now of 33 deliveries. Showing some real intent. First batsman in the lineup to go more than a run a ball. How is Sharma going to respond? Good comeback. Dot ball. Still two balls remaining in the over. Let's work that nicely into the leg side for a single. 9 from the over with 1 ball remaining. That is a fantastic shot over the infield. He's gone, pierced 2 fielders. A boot's been put in the way. Saves 4 runs as they come back for a second. Really good looking stroke inside out. And some good work on the boundary stops it from going to. Score is 184 for 4. He's had a huge swing at that. He's trying to take on Iqbal Khan, who's really just sticking true to his line and length. It's been so good so far. This time rocking back, pulling it straight to the fielder. That steered really nicely. Lots of work here. Bit of footwork there. Good stuff. Limiting it to just the 2 runs. "24 deliveries remaining in this South African innings. 189 on the board. You'd think the minimum they'll want to set is 220, but if possible maybe push to 230, 235. It does look a very good batting wicket, so they want to make sure they get as much on the board as possible. It is Khan that's coming back into the attack. His Khan's been really good, so economical. He's just over 1 to the over, and coming back into the attack for these death overs. Oh, he swung across the line, decided to go for a single. Really uncomfortable shot. Even though Khan didn't take any wickets earlier, it's really hitting his lines and lengths, making it very difficult for the South African openers. Now looking to close it out at the death. This time catching the outside edge, it's gone to the fielder on the bounce, who's released very quickly, and there's a sudden peak in intensity within the batsmen and the fielders. We're setting up for an intriguing final 4 overs. South Africa having 6 wickets in hand, you know they're not going to hold back now. This one's been driven or pulled out into the leg side. It's wicket time. Real comfortable catch in the end, safe pair of hands. We knew it was going to be a case of the South African batsmen taking on the bowlers, and you would say that Khan has earned that wicket in his first spell already, and reaping rewards now for hitting his lines and lengths. 5th wicket falling for South Africa. Solomons, after a fantastic knock, 41 of 39 deliveries. He departs to the dugout. And coming to the crease for South Africa, Alan Dawson. He's come in at a vital stage now where South Africa are trying to grab a few extra runs. But he's got to deal with Jamil Khan, who's been fantastic so far. New man at the crease, ideal for the Indian supporters. Alan Dawson, a name that's really rung around the cricket world. Everyone knows. Faces up. Really tight bowling once again. Just the 1 ball remaining in the over. 2 runs coming from it. Another dart ball to round out the 42nd over. What an over that is. 2 runs coming from it, and the wicket of Solomons, who's been in fantastic nick. Khan to continue now, why wouldn't he? He's also been really economical, and he's been racking up dart balls, which are as good as gold at this stage in the innings. 18 balls remaining. South Africa currently 191 for 5. Quick single taken. New man Dawson on strike. Gone for a quick single there. Dawson getting himself off strike, off the mark. Mukadam has a lot of work to do himself. So a big strong man immediately looking at that cow corner boundary. Oh, he's trying to rock back. That's a fantastic line. Fourth stump, fifth stump line, forcing him to play into the offside. Brilliant bowling. He's advanced down the track. That's a beautiful shot. It's gone to the boundary. 2 bounces. He's hit that so cleanly. Just getting to the pitch of the ball, making sure that there's no spin to deal with. This time going down on one knee, sweeping it into the leg side. Fielders come around. They do come back for a second. It's already 8 runs from the over. Ideal for South Africa. 2 batsmen just getting together in the middle. Now the question is, does Mukadam keep strike? Does he take him on? Does he take Iqbal Khan on once again? And he's taken him on, but he's hit it straight to the fielder in that square leg region. They do come back for a second. Brilliant running. Real intensity between the wickets. And that brings to an end a rather successful over for South Africa. 10 runs coming from it. Score is 201 for 5. They have crossed the 200 run mark now with 2 overs remaining. 12 deliveries. Khan to come in and bowl his final over of the innings. Okay. Alan Dawson will be looking to free his arms now. There's no time to block and prod around unless he's looking to give strike to Mukadam. Oh, and he swung it. Fielder out once again, caught at the cow corner boundary. Brilliant, brilliant work. It's a real safe pair of hands. And it's wicket number 2 for Khan. It's wicket number 6 for India. And I wouldn't exactly call it a collapse, but South Africa's total has been pulled back by all the wickets that have been falling. Khan, 2 wickets for 8 runs in his 7th over now as we speak. It's really superb bowling. New man to the crease, number 7 for South Africa. Batsman number 8, but wearing number 7 on the back of his shirt. It is Ghulam Talib coming in to bat now. That's a very simple task ahead of him, or straightforward task. Maybe not as simple, but it's runs, runs, runs. Jamil Khan to continue, just making some final alterations to his field. 11 balls left in the innings. He's pushed this one out into the offside. They consider the single. Could have been catastrophe, and it is. Wicket has been given. The umpire has stuck him. Slight miscommunication as to whether the run should have been taken or not. And some superb fielding once again. Is it the pressure that's catching up to the South African batsman now that a few runs are needed? Run out, disastrous way to lose your wicket. It's the second run out of the innings, and slight miscommunication sees the end of Mukadam. 21 of 26 deliveries for him, a nice little cameo. India really riding out this momentum. It's been a brilliant final 10 to 15 overs for them. That real build-up, as much as it is the fielder's wicket, the bowling's been superb, just tightening up the lines, restricting the runs, creating that pressure, and eventually luring them into mistakes. Ball's being swung across the line. They do go for a single. New man at the crease to face his first ball now. Lefty Ndeke. And there's a huge appeal not given as they go through for one leg by. Talib on strike again. He's gone down the track. Ball's gone really high. And Khan gets under his own ball, and that's another wicket. Fantastic bowler, fantastic wicket. And Talib, just trying to generate a few extra runs in this penultimate over, but catching the top half of the bat. It's another wicket. It's the third one of the over in 4 deliveries. It's been a really well-rounded fielding effort from the Indians. Catching's been clean. Run-outs have been, well, there's been 2 run-outs, and they've executed them really well. So South African number 10 coming to the crease in a position of, I wouldn't say it's a dire situation, but really not ideal for South Africa. As the number 10 coming to the crease with a bat, every run you score is to help yourself out in the second innings. Just another word for Jamil Khan, who's been probably the pick of the bowlers. New batsman at the crease is Grant Jansen. Correct. Last ball of the penultimate over. Just worked that out into the leg side. Umpire does signal the leg by. 1 over remaining, 6 deliveries. What an over for India. Score is 204 for 8. And Jamil Khan, economy rate off the charts good. 3 wickets to his name. Really couldn't ask more of your seam bowler. 1 over remaining. And it does look like it's going to be the captain handing over the ball to a new bowler to bowl the final over of the innings. Six balls remaining. Can they get themselves about 10 runs in this final 6 deliveries? Lefty Ngeke got a bit of work to do here. But that was Jansen on strike. Dot ball to start the final over. Ball's been hit straight to the fielder. India really won't mind the singles at this stage. They've done all the damage that they need to do as Sharma comes in to bowl these final 6 deliveries. 4 balls left. It's another dot ball. No surprise, the Indian fielding unit very chipper and chirpy. Still some very proactive field placements, moving around our fields. This one's been cut and it's gone behind that deep point region, and it's raced away to the boundary. That's 4 more runs. Really 4 welcome runs for the South African tail end. 2 balls remaining in the innings. He's gone across the line, swung it into the leg side. Fielder getting under it, taking another comfortable take. Wicket number 9 has fallen. And as far as I'm aware, that is the final ball of the innings. However, it doesn't seem to be the case. 1 ball remaining. Wicket number 9 falling for South Africa. Okay, really taking his chances, just trying to find the boundary rope, but finding the fielder instead. And another word for some really clean catches being taken. Just the 1 drop catch earlier, but that was a real tough one, caught and bowled. Clive Extian to face the final ball of the innings. He's had a huge swing and unfortunately missed it completely. Definitely known better for his work with the ball. That brings to an end what's been an enthralling 45 overs here at the Over-50s World Cup, where we have India taking on South Africa in the first group game. It was South Africa with the early momentum as their openers went on to score quite a few runs before the first wicket fell. South Africa reaching that 100-run mark, having only lost the 1 wicket, but since then it's been all India. India have found a way to take wickets consistently towards the back end of the innings. Some superb bowling from the captain himself, Iqbal Khan, and word for Jamil Khan as well. Really good bowling and a really well-rounded fielding effort has reduced the South African fielding unit to 209 for 9. Reminder, this is the Over-50s Cricket World Cup hosted in Cape Town, South Africa. What an honor to be here after the previous tournament was cut short by COVID-19. And touch wood, we're in for an enthralling tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned as we go to lunch before the second innings of this group game. Good afternoon and welcome back to this Over-50s World Cup fixture between India and South Africa. We are returning after a wonderful lunch break here at Wynberg Cricket Club, where the city of Cape Town, we're hosting the Over-50s World Cup. These two teams looking to get their campaign underway as well as possible. India winning the toss earlier and electing to bowl first, and after a really good start, South Africa just crumbled a bit towards the end and ending up with 209 for 9 in their final after their final delivery of the innings. It is India that are coming out to bat now to chase. 210 required from 45 overs, and we do have a gripping game ahead of us. The wind is still sticking around as a gust across the field from the far side to the near side, as you can see it on the camera, and the umpires look like they're doing their final preparations. Field is being set and we are almost ready to go in the second innings. And we have Alan Dawson opening the bowling for South Africa, bowling to Bumla from India. And on the non-strikers end we have Dungaria, who also played a role with the ball. Really nice shot into the offside, and Bumla's got himself off mark. That's really nicely played into the leg side. Big chase on for the fielders, and the ball has won the race. It should be four signalled by the umpire, and is first boundary of the Indian innings. Fantastic shot. India will be looking to get off to a really good start here. Because if they can at least match South Africa's start, they'll definitely back themselves into the final few overs. This time catching the outside half of the bat. Few runs leaking in this first over for Alan Dawson. That's a great stroke, or at least a good looking one. Just unfortunately hitting it straight back at the bowler. Must say, I don't see why India shouldn't take a little bit more of an aggressive approach. They've really restricted South Africa to less than par if you consider the fact that it is a rather decent batting track. And after the first over, find themselves 6 without loss.
Number 5 bowling.
And over number 2 here belongs to James Albani, coming into the attack now. We'll be looking for that early breakthrough for South Africa. Dungaria on strike at the moment. Dropped that one short, and it's unfortunately straight down leg side as the umpire gets to stretch his arms for the first time in the innings. South Africa going with a nice and attacking field over here. 2 slips in, trying to induce that early edge, utilize the new ball and its swing. Really nicely bowled. They've snuck through for a single there. Batting conditions do seem to be getting better as the day goes on. Outfield has dried up a little bit, so I expect the ball to travel a little quicker. This one short and wide, but as we saw many times in the South African innings, can be a great stroke, but if you hit it straight to the fielder, there's no runs there. Once again opting for that shorter length delivery, and it looks like it's overthrows. Really not ideal to be giving away runs so early on in the innings. And yeah, a bit of perplexion here for Albani. Feels that was unnecessary runs that were given. So, yeah. One thing India did very well in these early overs is they made sure that there weren't many runs on offer for South Africa. And that one's been cut straight to point. Two balls remaining in the over. 7 off it already. Persisting with that short and wide line. This time Dungaria not managing to get any bats on ball. Oh, he's absolutely squared him up there. Fantastic delivery, just pulling the length back. And Bumla looking really uncomfortable there. Pardon me, Dungaria looking really uncomfortable there. That brings to an end over number 2. Alan Dawson coming in. He's gone for that straighter line, been nudged nicely into the leg side. It's a cross for a single. Once again, trying to cut it, but missing it. That fifth stump line, probably a bit too close to the body and a bit fuller than he probably anticipated. It's really well bowled from Alan Dawson. It's great to see the wheels still there. Oh, it's really nicely worked. Going through for a single. India doing everything right so far, keeping the runs ticking over, and power play very important. It's a lovely line and length there. Really well left in the end there. That brings to an end over number 3. Score is 16 without loss. Really sticking to that back of a length, just making sure that it's not in the arc, and really forcing them to score the runs in that third man region. As we say that, he goes nice and full. It's been worked into the leg side, but no runs to be scored. It's a really tall figure is Albani, so there's definitely bounce on offer if he does pull it back. I think that's what they're looking to utilize. Just a gust of wind pulling in there, umpire considering and deciding that it is a legal delivery, saying that it is within the lines. Umpire on the near side from England as far as I know.
That's the one, Jamie!
Another really good delivery. It's a good comeback over this one after going for 8 in that previous one. 2 balls remaining in the over. Can he see it out? Oh, he's gone across the line, driven it through the covers. A diving effort, and unfortunately just evading him. Ball hasn't exactly raced away to the boundary there, and they come back for a second. First real glimpse of a chance here for South Africa in this Indian chase. It's gone across the line. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. Timed it really well, but there's still a chase on here for the fielder. And the ball has won the race, and it does seem to be a no ball that's been signalled as well. Oh, it's a bit of a catastrophe. We saw how it can ruin an over as the free hit signal comes out from the umpire. Albani, unfortunately, no, click on it. What does he do with this free hit? Some wild footwork. He's hit it straight at the covers. What a take. Oh, and an unnecessary throw at the stumps from the fielder has allowed them to come through for a single. Not much done. Just the single. And that brings to an end the fourth over. India 25 without loss after 4. It's a rather pacey start, going just over 6 to the over. Just been a little bit loose from the South Africans up front. There's been a few really good deliveries, but then a few loose ones and one or two hiccups in the field. Alan Dawson, what a beautiful action. I mean, for over 50s, it just looks so smooth. Oh, he's teased him outside the off stump. Dungaria almost falling into the trap, pushing at that, but nothing doing. And luckily it's too good a ball for him to get any contact on. Getting word, Alan Dawson, 53. Look how smooth this action is. It's really, really impressive. Probably why he's able to generate so much pace as well. This one just being steered into the offside. Just straying down leg side, there's Alan Dawson. It's guided into the leg side. Umpire does signal leg by though. So just coming off the pad. One ball remaining in the over. It's been a lot better this from Alan Dawson. Been pushed out into the offside. No run to end the fifth over. South Africa 27 without loss. Albani coming in. He's been expensive in his first two, going for 17 runs. And Albani looking to pull things back here. All be worth it if he can get a breakthrough. Decided to take a good Monday morning stroll into the crease there and decide rather not. Let's try that again. That's a brilliant stroke down the ground. There's no stopping that. Fantastic shot from Bumla. He's timed that to absolute perfection. And it doesn't matter how slow the outfield is, that was always running away. Pressure on the bowler, first ball of the over. It's really nicely played. Albani also able to generate quite a lot of pace. Really tall figure and quite broad shoulders. Bumla just taking a bit of time to scout out his field. Really good comeback after that boundary of the first delivery. As I said, it's driven this time, not timed as well as he would have liked, but Bumla comes back for the second. Bumla definitely looking like someone who's willing to play a shot or two, not scared to free the arms. And both these Indian batsmen targeting the V whenever it's full. Playing some good old textbook cricket shots. Oh, he's teased him. Bumla pushing out at that one, missing though. And really good into the over there for Albani. It's come back nicely into the over. 33 without loss after 6. Dawson again, continuing with that fourth stump line. And Dungaria just deciding that it's not there for him to play at. They've done really well at selecting which balls to take on and which ones to leave. It's been a very calculated first 6 overs so far. Ball just going down to that third man fielder. Once again, steering it through. Captain Louis Kuhn already instating sort of a gully fielder for that steer, but Bumla just finding the gap. Gone across the stumps there to try and straighten up the delivery, but it's still really good line and length from Alan Dawson, making it so difficult to score runs. Wind starting to pick up once again. It's not only that it's the wind, it's that it's an icy wind. Bales are going flying. Oh, that's a fantastic delivery. Just climbing up on Dungaria a little more than he expected it to, and he's negated the trouble well enough, but at the end of the day, that is just a dot ball. Brings to an end over number 7, 35 on the board. Going at 5 to the over. India will be happy. It's a very similar start to that of the South African innings. And the longer this Indian innings goes on without a wicket falling, the more you'd say that this leans in India's favour. These two countries have real rich history when it comes to their cricketing rivalry, and spectacular to see that we can have this fixture again at an over 50s level. That's just shows the longevity of the love for the game. This one driven, really powerful stroke. It's being chased, but there's no need. It's another 4 runs to the total. Great shot from Bumla. It's hit that so nicely. Oh, he's teased him. There's a little bit of shape away from the batsman. And just prodding. Ball just swinging a little bit too much for Albani's liking there. The one thing that India have done that South Africa struggled with earlier in their innings was the fact that they're getting boundaries on a regular basis. And granted, there's also been a few extra runs given away by South Africa. They have managed to find the boundary quite often. Just straying down leg side. Wide ball given by the umpire. Pushed down the ground for a single. Six runs from the over so far, just one ball remaining. India in cruise control at this stage. The require rate is only just above 4.5 to the over, so they're really not bad for them. And this one flicked down the ground. Excellent effort, body on the line stuff here, and stopping what would have been almost a guaranteed 4 as it was struck really well. 8 overs completed, 41 on the board. Alan Dawson to come in for his 5th over. Been really good so far, just going for the 11 runs. Also looking like a wicket threat. Started off. Direct hits here from the South African fielder. I think that was a howzat of celebration more than an appeal. That's a fantastic delivery. That's not the first one he's bowled like that. 5th stump line, bit of movement, making things very awkward. It's exactly why these Indian openers have been playing him down to that 3rd man region. Really not much else you can do with that type of delivery. Next one, just bowling it a bit straighter. Dot ball, Dawson continuing with that economical bowling. Oh, a bit of excitement as the Indian batsmen consider a single that was never on, and Dawson continuing to bowl that brilliant line in length. Does look like these batsmen are just trying to see him out at this stage. it's almost becoming the norm. This push at that fifth stump ball. Dawson bowling superbly, and it's really surprising that he hasn't managed to at least induce an edge. Never mind take a wicket. It's one of those where you say it's just too good. It does look like South Africa are going to make their first bowling change. Grant Jansen coming into the attack now to replace Albani, who was rather expensive in his first four. That over of Alan Dawson being the first maiden of the innings. Lots of discussion here. Saw a lot of left arm options when the Indian bowling attack was going at the South Africans. Jansen now coming in. First ball just down leg, clipping the pad. Also getting nice amounts of movement. Not to be mistaken for Marco Jansen, playing for the Proteas at the moment. It's also another left arm seam option. Grant's going to field his own ball. Real intensity there. Moving across the field really quickly. He's found his line rather easily now on his second delivery. This one full straight, driven at the fielder, and it's a stunned silence around the ground as he's dropped what you would expect him to take 9.5 times out of 10. It's a lifeline for Dungaria, who quite honestly in his head was probably walking to the pavilion already. Just the wind wreaking a bit of havoc. The strong wind, batsman hitting with the wind, probably why he backed himself to clear the fielder. Just not timing it as well as he would have liked. This time along the ground, he's hit it really nicely. And it's a direct hit. Umpire took his time to decide, and deciding that it is not out, batsman is safe. It's been a rather eventful over. That's what a bowling change does, just changes the rhythm. Jansen making things happen over here. 2 balls remaining in the over. Both batsmen showing that they're not shy to drive against Janssen. So really good over at the end of it all. Very unlucky not to walk away with the wicket, whether it was as his own wicket or the team's wicket in that run-out appeal. Well, 9 overs, 10 overs now complete, 42 runs on the board. The previous 2 overs accumulating 1 run, and a bit of pressure being accumulated now from the South African seamers. You have to wonder, is it going to induce a false stroke? It already did last over, but still that's that need for release for these Indian openers. There is more than enough time. They are on par with the required rate, more or less, and just have a on-song Alan Dawson to deal with. It'll be a case of just seeing him off, making sure that he doesn't grab their wicket. As an opener, your job is to see off the new ball. The new ball is doing a lot, and the wind will definitely be helping them with that. And it's finally reaped rewards. Alan Dawson with a fantastic bowling spell so far, and it's been prodding and probing. It's almost been inevitable, that's how good it's been. And he's broken down the defences of Bumla, who's done a really good job at the start of this innings, and he does depart earlier than he would have liked. But it is the end of his innings, and he's definitely laid a foundation for this Indian batting innings. Alan Dawson making sure that he's just stuck to his guns and hitting the top of off stump. Really well bowled. South Africa get there first. That wicket was the final ball in the 11th over. A valuable wicket that Alan Dawson has got now. The new man to the crease, Shetty, coming in at 3, the non-striker's end at the moment. It all started with Janssen starting to make things happen in the previous over. Dawson then getting the wicket, and he's back in action now. It just shows what an accumulation of dot balls can do. And you could sort of sense that there was a sway in momentum. India getting off to a bit of a flyer, but 2 or 3 consecutive good overs, generating the pressure and yielding the breakthrough. There's the first delivery now that Shetty's going to be playing. Left-hand batsman. Didn't see any left-handed batsmen for the South Africans. A full-on right-handed batting unit. Janssen then ambidextrous with his cricketing ability. This one driven with absolute authority. That has raced away to the boundary. That was a superb shot. I mean, to make a statement like that on your first delivery is brilliant. Guess you don't just become an Indian number 3 if you can't play cricket. That's a brilliant shot. Just the way he pierced the gap as well. Two good balls as a comeback after that first delivery. This one's been driven, but he's caught the outside edge. Gone down to the third man fielder. India now just 1 run away from that 50-run landmark. It's full and wide, and he's had a go at it. Dungaria really feeling like that was in his arc, but missing out. And Janssen completing his second over. He's only gone for 7 in those 2 overs, so doing a real job. Really good considering that only 1 boundary has been hit from him. Does look like they'll be continuing with Alan Dawson. Just remarkable. He's gone at 2 runs to the over. He's taken a wicket. It's quite surprising that they haven't saved more overs for the death. But why would you stop a man who's steamrolling in like this? Still two slips in place. Bit of discussion as to where they want to place their slips. real good opportunity here for Dawson to nip this ball back in. Maybe bowl a cross seam delivery as well. He's on the money. First ball to the left-hander as well. It's also really good with this wind, as strong as it's been, the element of control from the bowlers on both sides. It's been really good. No one really being spray gunning all over. Oh, he's very nearly chopped that one on. Bit indecisive of how he wanted to play that. In the end, just sort of bottom edging it into the ground. That's 5 dots in a row. 5 dots in a row. Alan Dawson, 1 ball remaining in his 7th over. He's gone for a grand total of 12 runs. Oh, they've gone for a risky run there. He's been sent back to the bowler's end. A direct hit could have been catastrophic. We saw how detrimental these runouts were to the South African innings. It's the very last thing that would have been needed. Brings to an end the 13th over. That's another maiden for Alan Dawson, who's been simply superb. Just showing that he oozes class. And, definitely has a few more years in those legs. Janssen now moving across. The right-hander. They do seem to have taken out the second slip now and opted for a wider first slip. But South Africa still going on the aggression with regards to their field placements. Just got two boundary riders. And there's one at that fine leg, deep fine leg region. Oh, he's had a huge drive at that and just hasn't connected it at all. And then the second boundary rider is at that deep third man region. Been very impressed with Janssen and his sort of aggressive nature in the line that he's been bowling. From ball 2, he's been making things happen. Dungaria going down, driving it through the covers, just not timing it well enough to reach the boundary. They come back for a second, quite comfortably in the end. Once it left the bat, you thought it might be, but look, the outfield is still relatively slow. Quicker than it was this morning, but there are runs that need to be taken. And this time just pushing it a little bit too wide. never easy bowling directly into the wind, and ball just taken a bit beyond the line. Oh, he's gone across the line, try to pull it into the leg side, and just straying down. Another wide in the over. A few extra runs being given away now. Few balls earlier in the over, India reaching that 50-run mark. They'll be hoping that these two batsmen can push on to 100 if possible. That's much better line, full and straight. Be interesting to see if Alan Dawson does bowl another over. He's only got 2 remaining, and I think that he would be bowling at the death. Just 7 balls remaining before the first drinks break. It's been a really well contested first 14 overs so far. Oh, that's caught the inside edge, and that's run down to the fine leg region. They do get a single as the South African total moves to 54 for 1. And 1 over remains before the first drinks break. Both of these teams looking to get their campaign underway with a successful result, as both of them will back themselves as competitors for that trophy. It's a change in bowling now once again, so Alan Dawson not coming back into the attack, Albani coming back with a change of ends, and I think the thought process here is that he does bowl with the wind. It does seem to be working for the quicks from that far end. So Albani coming in now, change of end, change of fortune, or at least he hopes. Dungaria also sticking around, playing a very fidgety innings. He's been playing a few shots, but a lot of them just straight at the fielders, and he did look rather comfortable against Dungaria and against Albani in his first innings. In his first spell. That one flicked out into the leg side. There's no cover in the deep, and as we talk about how he's comfortable against Albani, ballers race to the boundary. 4 more runs to the total. Albani getting pressure from the first ball. It's never nice to be hit for a boundary on your first delivery of an over. You know that you're playing catch up from ball 1. It's a really nice response. A really good ball that is bowled there. It's moving away, definitely still movement. Ball is quite young, and there will be a bit of shape. Three dots in a row. Good comeback. 2 balls remaining in the over. 2 balls until drinks. Oh, what a fantastic final 5 deliveries. Really good comeback and response after the boundary was hit after that first delivery. The teams are going to go for a quick refreshment. It's rather evenly balanced, maybe slightly in India's favor at this stage. And while they go for refreshments, the rest of us are going to go grab some coffee. It is cold out here, and much needed break for all parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Over-50s World Cup. It's the first round of group fixtures, and what a clash we have in our hands. India versus South Africa. Stay tuned. Zoom out. As you saw during the drinks break, the South Africans huddled up, guaranteed talking about the way forward, while the Indian batsmen look ready and rearing to go. Is that the mentality that's going on? South Africa feel like they're the ones that need to make it happen. Currently 58 for 1. Another gust of wind comes and terrorizes us. There's Jansen to continue. First ball driven out into the covers. A slight misfield and a costly misfield. The ball has run all the way to the boundary and umpire signals 4 runs. Not the ideal start. South Africa cannot afford to be giving away these unnecessary runs. All plays in India's favour. Some would definitely look at South Africa as favourites for this tournament. Two balls remaining in the 16th over. Jansen once again going for 4 on his first delivery. It's been a great comeback once again though. We've seen this time and time again from the South African bowlers where they've conceded a boundary on the first delivery, but the response has been substantial. Final ball of the over. Jansen has made things happen. What can he do now? Unfortunately, just pushing it wider than he should have. Another extra. Do you think the South Africans will be disappointed with the amount of runs that they have given away in the extras, overthrows, misfields? India were a lot more tight-knit in the field. Played really nicely for a single to come through. "16 overs gone, 64 for 1. India currently going at 4 runs to the over, and the required rate a smidgen over 5, which is more than gettable at this stage. It is Albani coming in from the far end for his second over, bowling with the wind. Lots of discussion at the moment. It's a vital few overs for South Africa, needing that breakthrough as soon as possible. Shetty and Dungaria just sticking around, currently on a partnership of 21, so finding their way. Albani has looked a lot more comfortable from that end. So his first few overs were a bit too expensive. But bowling with the wind, aiding the quicker bowlers. This one just being glanced down leg side. Work on the boundary to be done. Just a single. All eyes on the umpire, and a leg bye is signalled.
Standing there, sitting there freezing, and this one's wearing t-shirt shorts.
On the money once again from Albani. Just making sure that
And I'm flipping cold.
making sure that he gets bat on ball. Hungaria now 27 of 46. It's really biding his time.
People can't take this cold.
It's not the first time that it's not the first time the bells have fallen off today. It's driven that one into the covers. A bit of work to do. Fielders chasing it down. They come back for a second, and that's all it will be. And that one flicked into the leg side. Really good work from the fielder. That one a little wide. Another extra given away. That is the end of the 17th over. South Africa are bowling at an Indian team that are 68 for 1. Jansen to continue now. It's been relatively expensive for while he's bowled, and surprisingly enough not been able to take a wicket. Bowling to the left-handed Shetty, who's also just playing his role, seeing the ball out. Haven't seen any expansive shots from him, but been willing to run between the wickets. Has hit 2 boundaries though, so mustn't sell him short. This one, as we say that, he's hit this high. Handsome, and it is a clean take. At the mid-on on the mid-on region, and skied that one into the air, just missed timing it, and falling into the safe hands of Alan Dawson. It's a very safe pair of hands that, and South Africa managed to take their second wicket. What a time to be doing that. Hungaria losing his second batting partner now, as India number 4 comes to the crease. We're just saying how Jansen hasn't managed to take a wicket for a while he's bowled, and just have a look at that. South African team just huddling together. Really good time to take a wicket. Momentum in their favour at this stage. And we have Dinesh Sharma coming into the crease now at number 4 for India. He's got a lot of work to do from his side and for his side. Did a bit with the ball, if I'm not mistaken, managed to take a wicket as well. It's a lot riding on this game. It's all about that momentum. Both teams desperate to get this tournament underway with a win. Jansen coming in full and straight. Gone for a single. Really well negated there from Sharma. Yeah, scoring lots of This one pushed out just backward a point, grabbing themselves a single. Man, it took the catch. Really simple catch for Alan Dawson. Oh, he's had a bit of a swing at that. New to the crease. Bone's a little bit cold. Apologies, it is Iqbal Khan that's at the crease now. And the captain played a huge role with the ball. Was very, very good towards the tail end of the innings. And that one was left another dot ball. Really good way to finish the over. Another successful one for South Africa. First ball getting the wicket of Bumla. Which wicket did they get? Does seem to be a change of bowling now from the far end. Lots of discussion here at the moment. Who is the new bowler for South Africa warming up? It is Salim Mukadum. Just getting ready now. It's been a real long change of bowling here, lots of discussion, planning. I think everyone realizes how important that previous wicket was and the effect it has on the coming overs. A little bit of extra bounce there. Spoken about momentum a few times in this game, and you just sense that South Africa are pulling it back now and just grabbing a bit of momentum for themselves. Same thing happened in the previous innings where South Africa started off well and then India managed to come back, but Mukadam just bowling a wide there now. At the moment, Indian batsmen just struggling to pierce the field. Getting bogged down on ends. It's all down to some really good bowling. Ball is now just under 19 overs old and it's still got a lot in it. As you can see there, a bit too much swing in terms of control there for Mukadam. Much better teasing him outside that off stump. We've seen that has been the most effective line in terms of discomfort for the batsman. The unfortunate part of that is that there's such a slim margin for error. As soon as it goes a little further out wide, it's runs. That one cut with a little bit more authority, but straight to the gully fielder. More backward point gully. This time straight to the point fielder. Apart from the two wides, it would have been a maiden over. 2 runs coming from the over, 72 for 2. 19 overs gone. 138 runs required off 156 deliveries. As this game goes on, it's going to become ever more nail biting. I don't foresee either of these teams just running away with it today. Coming in for another over. Will be 6th one on the trot. Once again, just an accumulation of dot balls in this over. Bit of a rebuild required here for India. Really tidy, neat lines, and he's been bowling so well today, has Grant Jansen. Can definitely sense a bit more energy in the fielding unit. Started to get more a bit chipper and chirpy. The more dot balls that are bowled, the more they'll sense that a false shot is coming. Did seem like a rather hopeful appeal there, trying to maybe discourage the umpire from giving a wide, but clearly no contact whatsoever. He's toiled hard as Jansen, working really hard on those lines and lengths. This one just being hit down the ground. It's a really good throw. Third direct hit of the day so far, one of them leading to a run out, and two direct hits in this inning so far that haven't been ones of, we'll call them, importance. 20 overs gone, 25 remaining. It is 74 for 2. The blue skies have kicked in. We did have a bit of cloud cover earlier, and weather forecaster did predict a bit of rain today, but that does not look like it is the case. 25 overs remaining, and we will get all of them in this very first group game fixture at the Over-50s World Cup. What a clash it is. First up, South Africa, the hosts. Some would see as the favourites going into the tournament. Have got a stern test ahead of them with India, who have definitely shown up to play. Mukadum coming in once again. It's gone full driven, but it's been driven straight at the fielder. That one's been bludgeoned away into the offside. He's hit that so well, so powerfully. 4 runs. That's a very hopeful cry of catch it. That was so far away from any fielder. One of the safest shots that he's played today. Is this the start of the captain's innings? Bit of textbook cricket there, hitting a boundary and then rotating strike once again. Hit that straight. quite a slope here at the ground. Catch it. And that is another drop catch that has gone down for South Africa. The second one that you would say should have been taken, and really frustrating. Mukadum's been very good and has induced the edge, and will be rather frustrated. Dungaria, the one that's holding this innings together, with another lifeline. How costly is that going to be going forward? And it's not that they've been difficult catches. I think that's where the frustration will lie. As you can see, lots of wind around, waving the sponsor banners, broadcasting them in all their glory. So really a lot of stakeholders taking part in making this wonderful event happen. It's been something we've been all looking forward to for 3 to 4 years now, and really exciting that it is up and going. Jansen again, a huge swing there from Iqbal Khan. Jansen once again just teasing in that fourth stump, fifth stump line. It's been another really tidy over from Jansen. Final ball, he's trying to hit it. It's gone straight to the fielder. A diving effort to claim the ball. Janssen reaping the rewards. Captain Louis Kuhn stepping up to take the catch. And Janssen, second wicket for him. And it is the vital wicket of Dungaria. 30 runs off 60 deliveries. He's been working really hard there to keep the innings together for India. But unfortunately miscuing Janssen's really tight bowling, inducing a false stroke. And it is wicket number 3 for South Africa. Really well driven out by the captain into the deep. Just going through for the single. It is the new man that is facing now. Javeri, the new batsman at the crease, and coming in at 6. He's got a coming in at 5. He's got a vital role now to play. There is more than enough time, so time is not a factor. It's just that they can't be losing wickets as regularly now as the South Africans did when they did start losing wickets. Foundation was laid, but 2 quick wickets for South Africa now. Oh, he's teased him outside the off stump once again. Another dot ball. Mukadam's also been really good since he's come on, and it's just created like a different variation of bounce that has really troubled the Indian batsman that he struggled with. Brilliant delivery to end the over. That does end the 23rd over. 28 for 3. The required rate has climbed slightly and is inching ever closer to that 6-run mark, to the runnable mark. It's been a
last year or the previous World Cup final, the ones that stopped halfway,
yeah,
is the games that's been played today.
no ways.
This was the game at Langa.
Yeah,
West Indies played Canada at the Vineyard.
at Clarendon, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
at
they
the
were at Clarendon. I was at the Canada game.
Yeah. So all the cool.
That's wild. I didn't know that. That's the first signs of Grant Jansen looking a bit tired. There's been a very disciplined bowling effort before this over, and suddenly just does seem to be losing his lines a bit. It's been an expensive over already, 9 runs coming from it, and that was all after one legal delivery. And And that's been steered down to that third man region for a single. 10 runs coming from the over. Very successful one for India. Grant Jansen, 1 over remaining in what's been a really good spell so far. There's one lonely tree standing on the opposite end of the field, and you can see the gusts of wind, how they rippling through the feathers of a really beautiful and almost artistic looking tree. Mukadam coming in for his third over. He's going in less than 3 to the over. Also looking quite threatening, but Indian batsmen have negated his attack very well. And this time flicking it to the leg side. There is, however, cover. Easy single. If you are India now, trying to get as many singles as possible throughout the over, punishing the bad ball. It's run a ball that's required more or less at this stage. And they don't want to take this too deep into the innings if possible. Do have the Indian dugouts there watching on as their captain and their number 5 come in and just try and give them as much to play with as possible. Worked really nicely. There should be 2 runs there for the Indian batsmen, and they get through with ease. Comfortable 2 runs. Two balls remaining before the 25th. And that is the final ball of the 25th. Really good over from Mukadam. And he's gone for 12 now in his 4 overs, going at just 3 runs to the over. There does seem to be a bowling change now. Jansen not completing his spell. Probably just quite tired after bowling 8 overs on the trot. And really good spell as well. Apart from Alan Dawson, he has been the standout of the bowlers so far, despite having one really, expensive over for his standards in the previous one. It is Clive Extian now coming into bowl. The first sign of spin that we've got as South Africa. Really are a nation that's I wouldn't even say that spin. Clive Extian's just is taking a bit of pace off the ball. We'll see how much turn he can generate from this pitch. The Indian spinners were relatively effective in holding up an end and making sure that they don't leak too many runs. But it wasn't an exorbitant amount of spin on offer. Extian going through and around, as do the other left-handed spinners. Dropped that one a bit short, but there is cover out on the fence. I do believe the Indian batsman will be more comfortable against the spinner. Their conditions have them very well trained up on playing spin. He is, however, bowling into the wind, which means the batsmen are hitting with the wind. Whereas that one's just being guided. So it'll be interesting to see if they do take him on and do take on the boundary fielders with the wind being in their favour. Starting to think it might be time to put some chewing gum to hold the bails onto the stumps. Been blowing off so often so far today. This one's just been worked. There is a short fine leg. Extian starting off really well. His first 4 deliveries. Got his line right, just needs to find that length. One ball remaining in the 26th over. Just 2 runs from it so far. It's a huge heave down the ground, and fielder's done some great work, made it look very easy, and brings to an end the 16th over. 3 runs from it. Clive Extian's completed his first. Oh, he's chopped that. Got a bottom edge on it. Just seems like there's a bit of discomfort with the Indian batsman at the moment. What looked like a very comfortable start has led to a very uncomfortable middle over period here. As much as it is a rebuilding phase, there's been a lot coming off the outside half of the bats. That one's been driven straight back at the bowler, getting what I assume is a size 10 or 11 boot in the way. Have seen a lot of good footy skills out in the field today. And that's another really tidy over from Mukadum. Just the one run coming from it. He's been working really hard from the far end, using the wind to his advantage. He's just hit his lines really well. Indian captain Iqbal Khan just grabbing a bit of a refreshment. He's been out there for a while. Maybe a sneaky little message there from the coach just to guide them on their way forward. 3 overs left until the next drinks break. India just cannot afford to lose another wicket now. 1 run short of 100. This one short, cut, backward of points, has stumbled unfortunately, not been able to stop the ball. There is however cover in the deep that manages to get to the ball in time and collect on the boundary. They've come back for a second run there. And that double did bring up the 100 runs for India. It's come in 27.1 overs. This one being cut out into the deep once again. Are you sure? Straying down leg side there. Just got to wait on the umpire's signal, and it does seem to be bat. Clive Extian coming in for his second over now. That's cut really late. It's racing away. Chase on for the fielder. Manages to reel in the ball, and it's another 2. There's been a lot of 2s out here today. Very much because of that slow outfield. Extian just trying to keep that ball fresh for the seamers. Maybe a bit of drift as well. That is the end of the 28th over. Bit of discussion about field placements as well. A lot of thought going into the tactics that they're looking to implement our South Africa. Starting to just get a hold of this game and, you know, just jump into that driving seat. They do still have one slip in, and they have been persisting with him. This one going down leg, down to the fine leg region. Hasn't hit it as deftly as he would have liked it. This one's been swung high up into the air. Fielder settling under it. Wicket number 4, South Africa. Mukadum has got his wicket. He's been fantastic. And he's really earned it. Ball being skied up into the air. Javeri just missed timing it. Not connecting as he would have liked. Top edging it. And it's the wicket that India were dreading before the next drinks break. You can be assured that the next goal was to get there without any wickets falling. They'll be really disappointed. Number 9. That's very clear message being passed on to the new batsman for India. They have so much work to do now. Just edit the name there. And there's a huge appeal for South Africa. It's 2 in 2. Caught behind. Goodness me. Samant, the new man, the wicketkeeper for India, just seemed like he was a bit perplexed by the decision. And South Africa are not going to complain. That is wicket number 5. 2 in 2 for Mukadum. He's been brilliant and he's earned every wicket that he's got now. And he's earned himself an opportunity at the Over-50s World Cup to go and take a hat-trick. There's not many people that can say they can do that. New man coming to the crease. I was saying how critical losing 1 wicket was before drinks, and now a second one. All of a sudden it looks like India are in big trouble. Marvelous to see the huddles that come together between every wicket, and any little drinks break, the unity within this South African team. Love to see it. The new man to the crease is Sharma, and he's got a hat-trick ball to defend right now. Can he do it? Field hasn't changed too much. They haven't brought in the field at all. Relying on the bowler to do it all himself. 1 slip in place. Hat-trick delivery. And it's a solid stroke straight back to the bowler. Made it look very easy, very comfortable. Extian coming in once again. Just work that for a single. This one's been cut into the offside. Another dot ball. With every dot ball, you just sense it's coming closer for the South Africans. Still a mountain to climb for these Indian batsmen at this stage. Another dot ball for Clive Extian, and it's a really good time of the innings for him to come in and just tie up an end, make sure that no runs are given away. Really tidy over again from Clive Extian, doing all the right things here for South Africa, representing his country.
Just stand up.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm not mistaken, is the drinks break. 30 overs gone now, and I think it's a very welcome drinks break for the Indian batsmen. They'll be very glad that they can take a bit of a breather, just reassess their situation, and they know that they do have a lot of work to do. As for South Africa, they're going into the drinks break and they are very happy. Those two back-to-back wickets, getting India down to 5 wickets, is massive in the context of the game. We are going for a quick drinks break as well, and we will be back soon. Stay tuned. We are back from drinks, ladies and gentlemen, and power play has been signaled by the umpire. It is going to be an enthralling 15 overs now, as we are at the Over-50s World Cup, hosted here in the city of Cape Town, and we call it the surrounding areas. There's a huge appeal now, given not out by the umpire. It's a real big appeal, but given not out. This is the captain himself trying to carry his team through. He's got a huge innings to play now. Mukadum's been fantastic, and he has earned himself a wicket as well. Oh, sorry, 2 wickets in a row, that is. Cut that one nice and late, just rotating the strike. This one's been flicked down leg side. Real power behind that one. That's excellently played. And finally connected with one of those that have strayed down leg side. Glanced it with absolute ease. 4 runs to the total for India. This one driven straight back at the bowler. End of the 31st. Clive Exton just in discussion with a few teammates now. I'm pretty sure he'll be the one bowling through his overs on this end. He's been very effective in sort of bogging down the Indian batsmen. This one punched down the ground very neatly for a single. Exton just continuing in the form he's been in so far today, giving absolutely nothing to these Indian batsmen. Oh, he's beaten the bat. What a delivery. First one that's really seemed to turn a little bit extra. And really good ball. This one is rocked back, punched it down the ground. They do cross over for a single. Score is now 118 for 5 after 32. Mukadam to continue, driven down the ground straight at the fielder though, no runs to be given. Oh, this one's been hit at the fielder. Hands in head stuff. It does look like it might have been a drop. Judging by the groans and the fielders, it does seem like another catch has gone down. Would have been the third one of the innings, but that one the hardest of the lot. He's gone down the ground. He's tried to clear the infield, and he's only just done that, but he's mistimed it completely, and only just clearing the short cover man. It's definitely not looking pretty at the moment for India. Struggling to just play a good clean shot. A lot of that, I'm sure, has to do with the quality of bowling that South Africa have delivered. It's not to say that India are batting badly, but it's really been a great bowling performance. Once again, getting the foot in the way, showing off those footy skills. Brings to an end another very impressive Mukadum over. There's 12 overs remaining in the innings. South Africa with the upper hand. When will the counter punch come from India? They're going to require a few big hits if they don't start at least a little bit of a counter attack now. And he's advanced. A really good effort on the boundary, just clearing the man at long off. It has gone all the way for 6. It would have been an absolutely spectacular catch. But we speak about the big hits that were required for India. There's number 1, hitting with the wind. This one hitting straight at the fielder. It's the second 6 of the innings, if I'm not mistaken. What a time to do this. This time driven over the infield, racing away to the boundary. We spoke about the counter attack not even 3 balls ago. 2 of the next 3 balls have found the boundary. 1-6, 1-4. This is the counter attack that India were looking for. How does Clive Extian respond to this? You could argue that India have maybe played this a little bit too conservatively. Had they gone a bit more aggressive earlier, might be a different situation. Extian's responded, bowled it just down leg side. They go through for a single. It's gone back, pulled us towards the cow corner region. Another single, a very successful over for India, and just what they needed at this stage of the game. Mukadum just completing his spell, bowling 9 wickets and conceding 34 runs. It's put South Africa in such a good position now, because him in tandem with Grant Jansen, Clive Extian have all really pulled this game back for South Africa. We are into the final 10 overs of the game now. Would have been a spectacular catch on the boundary here a few balls back. It did travel for 6 over his head, but one-handed grasp just evading him. But now he has the opportunity to step up with the ball. It hasn't timed that very well. It's another dot ball. Tidy over so far from Talib. This one being driven down the ground. We were considering the second for a moment, but deciding against it. Talib going in for a huge appeal. We're in the final 8 overs of the game. 62 runs required for India from 48 deliveries. Batsman's gone across the line there, glanced it down and got himself a single. That's been signalled a leg by now. 61 required from 46 deliveries. This one's been hit down the ground powerfully. Great work on the boundary. Clive Extian getting in the way. Some brilliant work, just gone for a single. 60 required from 45 deliveries. Another dot ball for Talib. It's brilliant work.
Come on, Willie.
It's been hit down the ground. Car corner region. Lots of work for the fielder to do. He's covered a lot of ground to stop that ball. 2 runs. That ball's being cut to the point region and they've snuck through for a single. Ngesi bowling a full toss there. It's been driven over the top and it's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Not an ideal delivery to be bowling at this stage of the innings. Every run matters. This pair of Indian batsmen are not to be counted out in this chase. It's been a fantastic chase so far. Topsy-turvy, things changing all the time, momentum shifts. And that's another 4, that's 2 in a row. Brilliant batting here. Does seem like a dangerous thing to bowl a spinner at this stage of the innings. Driven this one out into the deep once again. 2 boundaries and a single. That's good work from the captain. 4 and 4.
Quality of 6. Was it 4 and 4?
For 1. And then?
No, he's a single now.
Driven down the ground for a single.
I think he'd have over now.
So it's 3 singles after the 2 fours.
Okay. As you need to please confirm, sir. And if you could please start
Gulam Talib coming back now for his third over of the spell. And what a time. Captain Khan on 49. Captain's knock this is. Dot ball. Things could not be more tense at this stage. That's a huge swing. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary. They've considered a second once again, but settling for the single. Partnership of 58. It's been a brilliant recovery. And that as well is 50 up for Captain Iqbal Khan. He's been superb throughout this innings and hasn't even raised the bat. It's that tense. There's a job to do out here. It's a huge drive down the ground. They go through for a single. That's a huge hit. It's massive. That's the biggest hit of the day, and what a time to get it. Iqbal Khan has hit that into the road behind us. And don't know about you, but I think we need a new ball out here. Goodness me, that was a big hit. Really nice comeback from Talib. 8 runs from the over so far, 1 ball remaining. Then we go into the final 5 overs, the final 31 deliveries to be bowled now. There's a huge inside edge. Hopeful appeal from the South Africans. Really need to break this partnership. 5 overs remaining, 30 deliveries remaining, and 38 runs to get. Just over 7 to the over. There have been so many momentum shifts throughout this game, and for a moment it seemed like India were down and out, but these two have done a fantastic job. Captain leading from the front, and then Sharma also hit a few lusty blows, contributing very much equally to this partnership. It does look like they are staying with lefty Ngese. This is a bold call from the captain. Advancing down the track, dot ball. Very expensive in his previous over. Once again advancing, but it's gone straight to the fielder. So jog through for a single. India won't mind singles as long as they're not dot balls, as long as the scoreboard is ticking over. One run in 3 deliveries. Everyone at the stadium, edges of their seats. That one hit rather aerially. Cry of catch it, it's out in the deep. They don't consider a second and they settle for the one. Advancing down the track once again. One ball remaining in the over. It's been such a good over. And he's trying to hit this one once again. But hitting against the wind has proven to be so difficult this over. And, well, that's a great decision from Captain Louis Kuhn. 4 overs remaining. Appreciation from the teammates for that over. Got to keep in mind, Alan Dawson still 2 overs in the bag. Apologies, 1 over in the bag. Got to think that he'll be bowling one of these overs. Talib been holding up his end really well, bowling 3 overs, just conceding the 5 runs per over. 24 deliveries, 34 runs to get. Pendulum slightly favoured in South Africa's direction, but 2 or 3 lusty blows, it's a whole different game. That's a huge appeal, probably just going down leg, and the umpire does signal that it was a leg bye, so no inside edge. Real tense moments. From 23. 33 from 23 required now. That's fantastic death bowling. Nothing better than a Yorker at the death. Ball can't get away. A criminally underused delivery these days. Still so effective. And we can see the legend himself rolling over the arms, getting ready. Huge drive in the context of the game and in nature itself. Strongly powered past Talib. What a shot. Talib coming in. Ball's been hit down the ground. Some encouragement out from the Indian dugout. They believe 28 required, 20 balls to do it. Swung that into the leg side. Just the single. 27 from 19. Going down to the wire. He's gone high up in the air. It's spectacular. It's a wonderful catch. That is marvelous. Unfortunately, looks like he's injured himself. Goodness me, that is one of the catches. Oh. And that is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Wicket number 6 for South Africa. Newman striding to the crease with the world on his shoulders. 27 required from the final 3 overs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are into the final 3 overs, the final 18 deliveries. Alan Dawson coming back into the attack. New batsman at the crease. Sharma, the other Sharma in this Indian team, and won't be facing now. Does seem to be all on the captain, who is on strike. Alan Dawson does have 2 overs remaining. He'll be bowling this and the final over of the innings, conceding just 12 runs in his 7 overs and getting a wicket in the process. There is no one better equipped for these final 12 deliveries that he can bowl. Once again, lots of discussion about field placements. Every centimetre counts. Every decision from here on out will determine the outcome of this game. Oh, it's a great delivery, huge appeal. Umpire not interested and signals the leg bye. That's 1 run to start off the over. Doesn't matter how they come for India. We've been absolutely treated so far. What a way to open up this Over-50s World Cup. We always knew it was going to be a good clash from the moment the fixture was determined. But it's lived up to all its expectations. And here we are, 17 deliveries away from finding out who is going to win this opening game. 26 runs required from 17 deliveries. And it is a wicket. Alan Dawson strikes again. And Sharma departs. Shoulders are drooping, very disappointed. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, the South Africans, a rather subdued celebration, but everyone will know the importance of it, of that wicket. Dawson just clipping the outside of the leg stump. Once again, spectacular to see that huddle, that South African huddle, arm in arm, just seeing out the rest of this game. Got their tails up. Will take something quite spectacular from the Indians. But having said that, their captain is still there. So the word of the day is to get him on to strike. It has to be a single to get him on strike. It is Hedge coming into bat now. Number 9 for India. Dawson just straying down leg side, coming off the pad, and it's another leg by. But the important thing is, it is the captain himself on strike. Can you imagine the pressure he's feeling right now? Full toss, flicked into the leg side, straight to the fielder though. Khan will feel that he missed out. It's a juicy delivery to receive when runs are required. Dawson won't mind. It's only 3 runs or 4 deliveries in this over. And South Africa inching closer. Yorker length delivery, worked down the ground. "13 deliveries remaining, 23 runs needed." And it's a full toss, glance down leg side. A vital 4 runs in the chase for India. 19 required with 2 overs remaining. Alan Dawson just over pitching and sliding down leg side. And with the pace that he's been generating, any contact was always racing away to the boundary. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. We're in for a roller coaster of a finish. Ghulam Talib, he's been fantastic so far.
I am 19 from 12.
Nine and a half runs to the over required in these final 2. In cricketing terms, it's anyone's game. This is where the game has come to. Less than 10 to the over to get in the final 10 and final 2 overs. More than gettable. Doesn't matter who's batting. The key will be to get Khan on strike. Hedge has done exactly that. Punched it down the ground. And it is Khan on strike. 18 required from 11. It's had a huge swing. They considered the run. Decided against it though. Khan currently on 64 for 81. He's been holding this innings together so far. 10 balls remain. It's a huge swing, but it's going straight to the fielder. Just the single taken. Does Hedge go big, or does he give Khan 2 more deliveries in this over? 17 required. Just a single, just a single. Eight balls, 16 required. 2 runs for every ball that's bowled.
Right.
It's a big hit. Dropping just short. They do come back for a second. Chance of a run out. Doesn't quite turn out. 1 ball remaining in the over. 14 to get. He's cut that really hard. It's gone out into the field. They do come back for a second. Chance of a run out. Huge opportunity. Not out. Oh, some great glove work there. Umpires are not sending it upstairs. And we're into the final over of what's been a very exciting game. 6 balls, 12 runs required from the final over. Talib with a great effort towards the end of this innings, bowling 5 really good overs. Once again, who better? Alan Dawson to take the final over. I'm pretty sure no matter what happens here, they're going to look to take a single. I'd be very curious to know what that discussion is all about. Hedge reckons he's got it in him. Why wouldn't he go for it? Alan Dawson to bowl the final over. First ball on the money. India won't mind that though. Captain Iqbal Khan. Who better than him to do it for his country? Dawson versus Khan. Huge hit over the infield. Fielders coming around to collect. They do have to come back for the second. Chance for a run out. Big dive. And he's made it. 2 more runs. India Alan Dawson, huge appeal, and the wicket is taken. It isn't a wicket, but it won't matter. That is the end of the game. Alan Dawson has come through for South Africa for what's been an absolute nail-biter of a game. And if that's not an advert for the Over-50s World Cup, then I don't know what is. We've been treated to a spectacle of cricket today that's gone down to the very last delivery. And valiant effort from Iqbal Khan to try and restore what was just out of reach. And South Africa coming out on top in this very first group game. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for joining us. It's been special. We are here at Wynberg Cricket Club, one of many venues around the scenic Cape Town and Cape area. And we thank you all for joining us in this 4-run victory for South Africa. They did lose the toss. India did choose to bowl, but in the end, South Africa conquered. We look forward to the rest of the tournament, and smiles and handshakes all around. Few standout performances. There's some spectacular batting from South Africa as well as India, as well as with the ball. I mean, all round it was such a good game of cricket. Spectacular fielding, run outs, brilliant catches, and yeah, I don't think India will be too upset. They'll be gutted that they lost that game, but it was a brilliant game of cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it from our broadcast. We thank you for tuning in, and stay tuned. We'll have fixtures on again tomorrow at 6 different venues. Please do join us and enjoy the rest of your day.